I went back and checked out the chase my dodges from your perspective in Aka's, and it was funny as fuck. I'll trade you this piece of cheese for the rogue, thank you. Dave, I've been actually having a lot of fun with it. I noticed that they've got a new expansion out for it, and I'm like, ooh. So I want to get the expansion at some point. As you can see, I have no saves because I actually enjoy this game so much. I don't mind starting over. I really like this game. It tickles all of my little CRPG nooks and crannies in my brain, along with a bit of Warhammer that I know. Yeah, Void Shadows is the new expansion. It's out, and I want to get it at some point. This is actually really good. People, if you enjoy CRPGs, get this. It's really good. You don't need to know anything about Warhammer. They do explain stuff. You get a Sister of Battle companion, Heavy. You get a Sister of Battle companion. Alright, how is sound for everyone? If it's too loud, tell me now so that I can turn it down. Because I know especially the music can be a bit loud. Ah, fuck. I have one of those bottles with a straw, and somewhere along the line, I didn't get the straw to where it should be. Oh, there we go. But can you hold the Sister of Battle? I don't think so. I didn't romance her. But I think someone said that you can't. That, unfortunately, you cannot hold the Sister of Battle's hands. I didn't romance her, so you can? I'm not sure. I know some of the companions you can, and some of them you can't. I'm not sure if you can with her. The sound is... Okay, is that good or is that bad? Is it like too high, too low? I don't know. That don't be telling me much. Cooperative mode? Oh, so it does actually have a co-op. Fascinating. Oh, you want the music a little bit louder, Heavy? Yes, I could. I'm gonna put it up to 65 for now. We'll see what it does. I'm just asking because it's loud as balls for me and not for you guys. I'm experimenting with soundproofing in my room to minimize the echo to make it so my housemates can be more comfortable having people over while I'm streaming. Oh, Goddess, I can send you a thing that explains how you can use towels for soundproofing, and it is extremely cheap. It's just a little bit of DIY, but it does the same thing as sound foam, if you're interested. I hate it when I have loud balls. I think every man does. I just need to find it again. Hey, stuff to do. How are you doing? Welcome. And no, this is not my first run. This is not my first run. I'm just reiterating that. This is gonna be my second. Though I didn't finish my first one because I just nuked the save because I was like, you know what? I enjoy this game. I'm gonna start over. Let's do this. So amazing this microphone has been cutting off lately, and I guess it's... Oh no. Sucks. So this game is about business and selling wares. Not really, no. You'll see. You'll see. So bold on you use... Oh, fuck yeah. I just finished the prologue just now. How are you finding it, stuff? I hope you're enjoying it, though. Again, this game for people who don't know anything about Warhammer and just wants to play it because it's a CRPG, it's really good because, like I said, it explains the terminology and everything. It's awesome. Check your inventory. What did you do? Hold on. I gonna be kicking someone's ass? I'm gonna be kicking ass, aren't I? I'm gonna be kicking booty. Me pushing Windows buttons here in the middle of everything. Oh. Hello? Oh my lord, hold on. Yeah, apparently the game doesn't like when I just push Windows. Oh, it's in full screen. Why do you always switch back to full screen, you nerd? I don't want you to switch back to full screen. Stop doing that. Borderless window. Yes. No worries, no worries. We're gonna have to test drive tomorrow's hangout. Just a reminder for anyone on the Discord. Tomorrow, we have a community day, but we've added tabletop simulator as a thing as well. So that's also. Oh my lord, it's taking so long for me to load into stuff. Hello? Ah, there we go. Dave, I'm gonna kick your butt! Thank you. Oh god, you just added another 20-30 hours to my playthrough, didn't you? Oh! Is it installed already? You just added so much extra time to my playthrough, I'm gonna kick your ass. Fucking hell. Okay, I'm not that recent. I like the game too much. I only finished one playthrough so far, but I did it on Grim Darkness mode. I'm just gonna be doing it on normal because I like my life too much and my patience. Okay, it's not on yet. I wonder if I just have to restart. You know what? Let's restart. Let's do that. Oh, okay, it says it's there, so let's see. Yes, I know. Sylvanas. I haven't restarted this PC. I hate the fact you can't choose another chapter for the Space Marine. Yeah, I guess. I suppose. But it's not that much of a hassle. Like, by far the worst Legion was just... Hey, okay. I'm a supporter of the Space Wolves, but mostly I'm a Sisters of Battle supporter. I do not believe that Argenta could be romanced. Hey, well, let's see if I can... No? You don't yet have this DLC, excuse me? Hello? They burned my Primarch's plan. Oh no! They burned down the best plan. Need there to be a Sisters of Battle game that isn't VR, it gives me headaches. Oh, it's updating. Never mind. There we go. Yes, I'm reinstalling Baldur's Gate. I reinstalled everything that was nuked from the SSD. But I'm playing them on stream is going to be pain because I did test it. It looked awful. I was like, oh, okay. So they're installed so that when I can buy the new SSD, I can just transport it over. It's fine. We'll live with it. Goddess, if you want to play the Sisters of Battle without headache, but it is real-time strategy, so I don't know how you feel about it. You can play... Dark Crusade has them. No, Dark Crusade doesn't. Soulstorm has them. Soulstorm has the Sisters of Battle as a faction that you can play. Oh, Gladius 2. I haven't actually played Gladius yet. I should. I have not played it yet. I should. But yeah, there you go. There's at least a game for you that has the Sisters of Battle in it. So that's something. I know that it's like Civ, I just haven't played it yet. I actually should. This is okay. The Inquisitor game also... Yes! That's right. They do, and they are very much like Diablo, those games, so you might actually enjoy that, goddess. These ones. Inquisitor. There's Martyr and there's Prophecy. I'm not sure which one has one of them, because I bought both of these at the same time when they were on sale. And I just had the Sisters of Battle available. Martyr. Okay. So there's another one with Sisters of Battle for you to play. And it's Diablo-like, so it's up your alley. And it's very much more story-driven, I think. Hey, Ninja. I think Battle Sector also has a Sisters DLC, but I might be wrong. I actually don't know if that one has the Sisters of Battle because I've not played it. I actually don't know. The Sisters of Battle are a very interesting group. Alright, well, let's see if we've got it now. There we go. Hey. But we're gonna do this right. We're starting from the beginning. God damn you, Dave. Now I've got to play all... Dave, thank you, but god damn you too, because now it means while the SSD is out of commission, I'm going to be playing through the main story and then doing Void Shadows. Fuck. Yeah, let's do normal. It does, just checked. Oh yeah. We're going to do a custom character. Appearance. I mean, that looks neat. Okay. Not my style. I'm definitely not that style. Oh, that looks pretty cool. How OP do you want to be? Excuse my language, but the bolter bitches are... honestly, if I can play and just have fun in the process, then I'm good Gucci, then I'm like down for anything. Hey, you know what? Sure, why not? Yeah, we'll stick with the normal appearance. Tatouche. Do we want tatouche? Techno Vampire. Sick. More content for us. All the content. Some of these actually look really cool. I went with the Chaos tattoos. Fair. Yeah. Nah, not gonna grab augmentation.
My tactics are flawless. The divine watches over us.
I always get the job done.
Pyromancer, Executioner, Stupid Stung if you focus dot damage. Ooh. I'll have to keep that in mind if I do another playthrough, because this is a game I might do multiple just runs of it like I did with Baldur's Gate.
Ruinous favor prevails.
If I played as the priest or something, I would definitely use one of these, but I'm not gonna play the priest.
The battleground beckons.
Wait, why don't we have a daring female? Hello?
I'll see you destroyed.
Yeah, sure, why not? Death World. Death World's planet species, sometimes even the environment itself takes aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life, while it's exceptionally difficult to colonize. Last time I went with Fortress World. Strength, toughness, and agility. Little hunter. Critical hit chance. Oh. With bleeding effect, okay. Or with 50% or less of their maximum wounds. Interesting. For axes, hammers, and laser weapons. Ugh. Not a... as weird as it sounds, I'm not a fan of laser weapons. Took me 155 odd hours to finally finish my run after multiple attempts, and I didn't even get everything. Oh, wow. Death where characters suffer a negative toughness bonus, less damage from fire, toxic damage, and bleeding effects. Once per combat, when a Death World character suffers the stun, blinded, or immobilized effect, this effect is ignored and they instead gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Interesting. Voidborn. Voidborn character can reroll any failed attack. Damn! Is this squad or it's squad. So, I kind of want to say think of it as Baldur's Gate, where you gather your party as you go and you meet them. Though in Baldur's Gate 3, you meet them much sooner than you do here. Chance can be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Additionally, any enemy dodge or parry against a Voidborn character has a 20% chance to fail. Nice. But some stuff are a little... yeah. Anytime an ability or talent uses a fellowship bonus, a Voidborn character can instead use the intelligence bonus if it is higher. 6 members total, including PC. Damn. Additionally, Voidborn characters can always upgrade intelligence even if their archetype does not allow it. The flesh wound. Character has a 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage, surviving with 1 wound. Yes, anytime Voidborn character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance to do double the damage? Oh, that's nasty. Using a non-damaging ability on any ally grants that ally the ability to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success for 1 round. This chance can be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Using a non-damaging ability on enemy grants him a 20% chance to fail successful dodge or parry test. Okay, that's actually not bad. English, please. You're not my first language, but we can work around this, I promise. While a Voidborn character has more than 50% wounds, all characters of all creatures... all chances of all creatures, including enemies in a 3-cell radius, are increased by 10%. While a Voidborn character has less than 50% wound... Huh. Interesting. Hive World. Yes, DLC missions must be completed before final story missions. Oh, so it just adds it in. Interesting. Strength in numbers. Gain 1 fellowship or 2 resolve if there are 3 or more creatures, allies, or enemies in a 3-cell radius. They suffer a -2 penalty to resolve. Oh, that... considering my usual playstyle, that might not be a good thing for me. However, a character has melee superiority against the enemy, the effect is increased by +10. The enemy has melee superiority against a Hive World character, the effect is decreased by 10. Jeez. Against 2 Hive World character insert to energize and health, they all gain 2. Fresh start. And a plus 50% bonus to dodge against the first attack of opportunity every round. Damn. All range weapons dealing physical damage have +1 damage, +1 5. Damn. That's actually kind of nice. That's kind of nice, but this part is like, camaraderie. Yes. The character's fellowship is higher. I'm just kind of glossing through this because I'm already going to be doing a lot of reading later. Like a shit ton of reading later. The Void one seems better so far. So far, yeah. So one of the system. Oh no, one augmentation system from below, subskin armor, locomotion system, lighting system. Damn. That's actually kind of nice. Ooh. That's actually handy. Huh. News based on intelligence, since that's also not bad at all. Real world characters can select any characteristic except weapon skill or ballistic skill and add it. Oh, so they're more melee focused. Interesting. Affected by an ally's non-enemy ability. Okay. Interesting. Nice titty. Yeah, I have a lot to do before I can get my Bitcoin farm up, unfortunately. Interesting. I still can't find a bronze line for the life of me. The airplane in the woods, or reserve, or lighthouse. Those have been where I found most of mine. Again, in stacks have never stopped shooting. At the start of their turn, there's a stack of never stop shooting percentage chance that the first attack this round will cause 0 AP and will not count towards the attack limit per turn. I feel this. Had the 3 I needed for scav case, was keeping them, forgot what I was keeping them for, and cultists. Oh no, Teddy. Oh, that's awful. Honestly, the Fortress world so far, just because of this and the Voidborn, are kind of calling me a little. Hey there, Melly. Yep, we're doing Rogue Trader. We're doing some Rogue Trader. My playstyle is mostly anything with guns that puts me like, I'm by nature of outside of combat fighter, like long range fighter. So that's also why I'm like looking more at the Fortress world at the moment. A legendary. I've already done a play of this. I've not finished it, but I've already done a play of this. So I already love this game so fucking much. Ballistic. Okay, the ballistic skill actually gets me. Yeah, I like shooting mostly, Dave. I'm not one for fighting up close and personal. Yeah, as soon as I read ballistic skill and perception, I was like, ooh, hell yeah. Also, the range versus that grandson. Oh, never stop shooting. I'll have to keep that in mind. Because the first play I did, I chose a Death World character. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. Hey, you were also playing Repo. How are you enjoying it? My god, for some reason I get the feeling I'm gonna be trying to do all kinds of accents. It's rad. I have a bunch of fun cosmetic mods for it also. Ooh. Let's ignore the Pyro Executioner. It's more spell melee focused. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I'll probably end up going with a gun. Because pew pew. Alright. Origin. Interesting. Can only be used once per combat. Intriguing. Athletics, Medicaid, Perception. Perception. Attacks, dodge reduction, parry reduction, cover, penetration. Okay. Under the regimental tactics affect all their allies, gain +5 to the rate of fire. Every attack they have made. Interesting. Yeah, this is always the longest because there is so much to read through. It's like ridiculous how much there is to go through. Because I played Death World and Crime Lord on my first run. Till the end of combat, jeez. Hey, creature. Oh, that's nice. This might be nice, the Astra Militarum. Maybe. Let's see what it says about the Commissar. Oh, that's actually kind of neat. Okay. Coercion, fellowship. Gains 2 IP and like a monster is adjacent to enemy allies. Kills the target with that all costs it can use. It'll cost once more. Oh, okay. Yeah, now I know this is not going to be very interesting for a lot of people until we get into the actual game. But if I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of not going to use this one just because of the Fortress World thing, so I'm not going to do that. And the Storm Priest, I don't play healer characters very often in CRPGs. Navy Officer is an interesting thought, but I'm actually more drawn to this. Noble, Sanctioned Psyker. I'll maybe do a playthrough of that at some point. So we're gonna go with the Astra Militarum. Okay, athletics. Persuasion. Over the ruinous powers. That's lore, that's athletics. We're gonna go with persuasion because why not? Persuade everything and everyone. Killer, field failure. You're buried in shame. Captured by heretics, you suffered unbearable torture at the hands of humanity's enemies. I'm gonna go with Brand of Shame. But that's gonna kill 5 of my coercion. Fuck my life. You know what? I'm gonna take the hit to Medicaid. Coercion not important? Really? Okay. You say so. Played a bit of DRG, hunted and had nice matches. Other characters can get it free because I was thinking Brand of Shame is kind of like a nice little twist into how my character came to be in this like area, in this scenario that they're in now. So it's like, ooh, that actually kind of fits. We're gonna take that. I already know what most of these are. I've actually not read this one, but maybe if I end up playing a melee character, I'll swap to that. But I'm rather gonna go with Soldier, because the last time I played this, I went with Warrior, which was interesting, but I could feel it was so weird from my usual playstyle. So I'm gonna go with Soldier. The new companion you get is Blade Dancer. You can see how she plays and decide from that. That's good to know. And reduces enemy dodge chance. That's actually really nice. Might actually boost that up as well. And ballistic skill. Just to kind of even this out, I kind of want to put points into this just to even it out. I know that doesn't make sense, but it's something I do in every RPG I play. Is just to get rid of negative stats. A little bit is but DRG. Hunted and had nice matches. One solo is charging me, but they didn't know I had sparks, incendiary, and a red barrel. Oh, there you go. Now I'm in max stuff. Balancing is useless. I use companions. I know, but it's always just kind of been like, it's one of those things that's just built into my brain where I'm like, must get rid of negative stat. Must. Yeah, it just bugs me. It's like, yeah, I must do this. Rah. It's funny as hell for people. It's like me and Magic cards, whether they're physical or recently playing on Tabletop Simulator, they have to be in a certain order. They have to be in a certain order. Otherwise, they just bug me if I don't do that. So max perception and ballistic. Well, there we go. They're as top as they can be. But I have 5 points left, so... Hold on. Oh, you can just go up to 45. Well, there you go. Still have 5 points left. I spent most of my day in bed dealing with my headache, and I strain. So, it is what it is. I feel a lot better now, so that's sorted out. Nah, it's normal, it happens. Also, please tell me if I'm backseating. I can never tell when I'm not the one doing it. If it's things that are helpful, and like stuff like this, because this is only my second time playing as this, and I'm building this character different from how I did my first character. So the help is nice. But when it comes to like story stuff, just let me go through it. If I fuck up, well, I fuck up. It's how it is. I can't put more points into any of these, so I'm just gonna dump it into willpower and call it a day. There. Yeah, it is what it is. Unfortunately, I kind of learn which games fuck with my headache and which ones don't. Repo is one of those that I can play it for like 4 hours, but anything more than 4 hours, then I start getting pain. I did a lot of research into character building when making mine. Well, there you go. Alright. Let's do this. No. Oh. I'll help if I can look at my keyboard, won't it? Let's do this. What? Huh? What was the point? What? Dave? What was it, Dave? I named it the Penitentiary of Lude. Basically what community is. The community, like, where all of you are living. In your little cells in Horny Jail. That's what I call the ship. Commissioner naming it. Thought you did. No, I did rename it. I did rename it. We live here. It's not just visiting. Let's see. There you go. Fishy nose. Gonna make myself smaller because there is stuff you need to see as we go. There we go.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
There's one thing I did wish, is that they had a narrator who would narrate these sections, the in-between sections that isn't voiced. Because I feel like if you're like me and you're reading while you're listening to it, you're like brain stumbling over everything to get to the next one. It's like, ha. So I'll just read it out. The man who has approached you is gazing down into the depths of the vast temple on one of the lower decks. God Emperor. This is the part that I like. You don't know this if you don't know things about the game. It explains it to you. That is so nice. Yeah, sure, you know what? Truly an awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with a chance to give their very life for the master of humanity.
Koga's wrecked. I will attempt to do an accent for my character. Don't shoot me because I don't know how to do British. I'll attempt because just to fit in with the theme of the game. Am I gonna be good at it? Fuck no. You know what? Do people want me to do an accent for the voice or not? One's yes, two's no. Nothing that is strictly regiment. God damn. What the fuck? That's not a vote, fishy. The man nods in satisfaction as if your words have confirmed some thought he had. He sighs and turns to you. That's not a number. God damn it. 42 is not the correct answer here.
Oh, harder, Daddy.
You guys are being little bitches. You know that, right? Think do it, but once your voice gets tired, drop it. It's not a lot of effort. It's like nothing at all. The worst part is I know what it should sound like in my head, but getting it to translate to that is going to be interesting. Or just grabbing some meds. Right, if there are any Brits in here, I apologize.
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Voidfer bows his head and focuses his attention on you. Where's Beebs moving near there? No, Bentley. I'm gonna get murdered, I know it. Lieutenant General Artemis Sapir Grimald, commander of the 8th Army of the Scanthian Janissaries.
My regards, Lieutenant General. The Astra Militarum is the hammer of the God Emperor, isn't that what they say? Well, it is likely that fate will give you ample opportunity to demonstrate your talents as a commander.
Voidver smiles faintly, but you are not sure if it is this directed at you. Delicious donuts with raspberry jam. Well, there you go.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
You know what? It's not so much British, it's just going to be slightly more posh than I normally do. There. I hope that's a better explanation. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Tell me about the one whose ship I found myself on.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that Her Ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
You know what? Sure. I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Yeah, sure. And yes, I'm not one of those that does the following camera very well because I like to look at stuff. Love that there's like a lot of things that you can just look at and just touch. The sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitators. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and worlds among the numbers and logistic art symbols. What's that? The sacred mechanism has been interfered with? Okay, so it just repeats. Following the camera? Who does that?
Follow my lead.
It's my normal playstyle when I'm playing something like Neverwinter Nights, but playing this it's like nah. I just really like being able to scroll up and down and look at stuff at my own pace.
One of the von Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
Sabritsu. How are you doing?
What's happening?
Much blood.
The servitors have gone berserk!
It's 10 p.m. and I just woke up. Welcome to Warhammer Chaos.
I'll see you terminated.
Okay. Feels great. Yeah, dominating. It happens. I knew Claptrap recover. God fucking damn it. Sure, you know what? Why not?
Already?
Big fat syrup, yep. Claptrap is the only reason I play through pre-sequel Borderlands. Yeah. He might actually beat my ass considering the amount of damage he does.
You won't.
Yep. I might actually die. I'm so used to the previous character I had that now it's like, I'd be on, what's his name? Yeah, I'm just kind of standing off to his side and letting him deal with him. This last character, I was like, guns blazing, running in, doing everything, and now it's like, nope. I have to do everything all over again.
Timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, It should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
It's kind of hard to explain if you don't know at least a little bit of the Warhammer lore. But all I can suggest is kind of watch and see. But I don't know how interesting this type of game is going to be for you, because this is very much role-playing. Thorough, full, and true role-playing. Ah, crap, I forgot to read that last little bit. Oh well, it's fine.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Alright, the lines on Voidverse words soften and his voice regains his usual courtesy. The Master of Whispers gives you a curt bow. Know that Magnus did nothing wrong and Cadia did. Yeah.
It's about time.
Ah, there, I got my middle click back. Thank you, game. I don't know how much you know about rogue traders and how they operate in Warhammer.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Right, says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by sin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
The tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing red. Again, I wish that they had another narrator for this before it gets to this. Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valencius's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Next to the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer.
The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive.
Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
See, this is where things get interesting. This one I feel like is... Nah, That would take too long. Or be more exact, be very costly. We could go with our background though. But knowing the Imperial Guard, it's also like, This one might appease her or might not. This one again is more just very fanatical reaction. So you know what, let's go with one. Those spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I'd first verify if that is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engage in Xeno worship.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
See, this is where my bratty side is coming in very hard. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Edelthrad.
Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
The color drains from Edelthrad's face, which distorts his features further.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officers' deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
Oof.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Edelthrad bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Wow.
So, why are you here?
Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves, then she turns to you. Was it not you who sent for me?
You have ceded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of
That's the first time I chose that one. I always went for the second
this
one.
tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lick-spittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed.
That's the first time I ever picked that one.
My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing.
A little
And
high,
you
but we'll get there.
are one of those with von Valancius
There you
blood
go.
in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
Sorry, I'm chewing on my hamburger as we go. One of? Does this mean there are other heirs?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
Steers. Bro decided to cheat us. If you're satisfied with Edelthrat, what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me?
Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthrat as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Coronis Expanse. Service in the Astra Militarum is a trial from which very few people emerge with their life. That you have risen through the ranks of the Imperial Guard and assumed command of an army is a testament to your astuteness, both on the battlefield and in the tangled net of officer intrigues. I assure you, the company that a rogue trader keeps will offer you plenty of chances to demonstrate both your diplomatic skills and your combat prowess. Moreover, your courage has made you far more famous than you yourself probably realize. True feats of heroism will forever live on in the annals of the Imperium and bring honor to the von Valancius line.
Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
The Vox affixes Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
The other questions I'm not really interested in. So let's move on.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Well, shit. Alright, you know what? I'm not gonna read all of these, because if I do that, I'm gonna be fucked before this game is over.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
I can handle this.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Reduced to dust.
Break them around. Die.
I took care of this one.
Murder, murder, murder!
The ruinous powers!
Not a problem. Nothing of value has been lost.
Chaos guides me. Death to non-believers!
Reduced to dust!
My faith strengthens me. Death to the heretic!
Cheers. Well, that takes care of that bunch, I guess.
Not my specialty. All too easy.
Look out.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
What are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Well, let's go.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
A lot of pew pew. Much pew. God damn, I wish you could get his gun. Like, get it early game. Oh my god, they just shot us lit around the fucking corner.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Oh, is it something I expected to see? Fucking hell.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
Mutiny? Who would attempt a mutiny here in the warp?
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable.
The whole concept of the warp is actually fucking terrifying, if I'm gonna be honest.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure.
And I have the means to do both things at once.
Ominous.
Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Jesus, my boy, salute. This is what happens when I eat cheese. The phlegm starts. Why? We don't need the phlegm. The phlegm must fuck off. The phlegm is a bitch.
It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
Oh no, the cheese is attacking. Yes, the cheese is attacking. I shall make do. Lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle, and you are consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. Betrayal. I know, right, Fishy? Ow! Why you do that, you hoe?
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. She has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber, and for that, I need her breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Void for you two-faced cum. You were the one behind this mayhem.
You must have hit your head harder than
Fuck, I pressed the wrong one. Well, let's go with it.
No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you.
No thanks, I like my blood in my body. It can stay there.
We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
I so badly want to poke at him. You know what? Sure, why not? What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
Wow. I have no intention of helping you.
I am afraid that you have no choice in the matter.
Try to resist, and I will demonstrate the power that the warp holds over mortals. Come to think of it, I might even take some pleasure in doing so.
To the void with you. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous, your head is spinning. Then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gates. You know what? We're gonna fight the voice in our head. Get out, I'm not your puppet. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding presence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates looming in the center of the chamber. You bitch. You're a bitch! In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Look for anything that could be used as a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition, nary a broken panel or protruding piece of rebar in sight. Alright, examine the device. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is a strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, close to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim lights. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that fill your head after Voidfur wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Examine the sentinel. The servitor looks notably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Place your hand in the Sentinel's maw. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat. Immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humans. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where the squad voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? Cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head and it subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity world in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way.
Barbecue, anyone? Oh, this is fast. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I point, okay, to be paragon of humanity, unbroken by diversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, and to unite and reclaim what was lost. To triumph over nightmares and soul, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the roads of thorns, through pain to greatness. I missed the first section. I forgot that's not voiced.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
You know what? Sure. We're gonna stick with the fact that we're Astra Militarum, which means we're kinda used to shitty situations. We're gonna keep our cool over here. I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
So many games make the same mistake though, Bakasura. I've had this argument and problem with games for a long time. Like, don't put it on a scroller, let me click to proceed stuff. But it is what it is. It's like a minor little thing that irks me, but
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Oh, well. What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warren Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Also, how you doing, Bakasura? Hope you're doing good. Oh. Oh, my ankle just popped. Oh, that was a weird feeling. It was not fun. Alright, let's close the door.
Run, fools, or fall!
Mistress? What? Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
You guys can read this for yourselves if you're fast enough. Because if I gotta read these and do lines, this is gonna be hell. Why the crying face, Bentley? What happened? Damn, Fishy, you're a quick reader. Jesus. Oh, there. Fishy wants some points. Conrad Voidford is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Mistress, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Oh, shush. Voidford openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saint's blood!
And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, mistress. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Oh, yay. Place must think to high heavens with the burning corpses lying around. Oh, yes. Very much so. Very, very much so. Okay, well, he already has Medicaid on him.
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let's patch you up. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse. All those strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
Considering most of their stuff is based off of Latin, and Latin is the grandfather, I think, of Spanish and so on. No, I don't think French would actually exist. Alright, I'm quickly gonna run to the bathroom and make myself some tea, then I'll be right back. So hey, see, this is a good time to get up, stretch your legs, do something like that, because I think we're gonna be in for a bit of a longer night. Alright. Thank you, Ogre. Thank you, Deadly. What have you guys been up to? All the gambling. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Baka. Hey, I'm not the only nerd here. Y'all are nerds. Oh, fuck. That's a lot of gambling. Alright. Me and Titty are both on 69. Of course you are. What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak.
I feel like Geller is something they should have explained. As I don't know the entire dynamics of it, but the Geller field is basically things to protect the people inside the ship from the influence of the warp on the outside of the ship.
If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
Yeah, that's as far as I kind of figured it out because I never got into the more specifics of, like, ship of the whole Warhammer. It'd kind of actually be nice if I could, but there's a lot of things that I'm learning now as well. I'm wrestling with a tea bag. Please don't read into that. I'm talking about an actual tea bag, not the action tea bag. Bentley, you little bastard. It's not what it sounds like. What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
I heard one of Theodora's voxcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
The Navigator's Sanctum. Very well. Will you lead the way?
Absolutely. Let us proceed. The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward.
All right. For combat. Let's go.
Find you soon enough.
All of you will bleed.
Alright, Abelara, you can actually head up this shit show because you're melee. I'm not. Because why not? Can just as well activate that, and I don't have to worry about forgetting it.
You didn't stand a chance.
Death to the weak!
I am your doom.
It will be done, like the aftermath of an orbital strike.
Forgetting about this.
Indeed.
And sure, why not?
I will do my duty. I took care of this one.
Chaos guides me!
Shooting his own fucking dude. You gotta be kidding me. Seriously, my guy. Yeah, why not?
At your beck and reduced to dust. That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done. One fewer target.
There we go. Right. He needs his own TK counter. For once, I remember to turn the TK counter off. Okay. I know we're gonna pick up Argenta, so I'm not gonna worry about demolition because I think hers is anyway higher than mine, so I'm gonna stick with my awareness and push that up a little bit. Okay, for now, I'm not gonna worry too much about that, so I'm gonna use Carouse. Okay. Now comes the fun part. All the loot. And the dead bodies. Yep, let's pick up all that shit. Alright, let's move on. I like the ship map. Like, some of the stuff that's hand-drawn looks incredible.
Death, I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira! Would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Games Workshop artwork is always top tier. Oh yeah. No, for sure, for sure. Sorry, give me a sec. Hey, Lighthouse is kicking my ass. Oh no. That bad, huh?
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
Out of everyone in this game, Idira's voice acting so far has been fucking fantastic because she just, her voice acting embodies her character so well. I love it.
This is Iconoclast, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the Militarum, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrieks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Oh yeah, her voice acting for this is fucking incredible.
Officers frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Engineer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must see if the navigator as well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity.
Her fucking voice acting, dude.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Yeah, little flavor text like this, I'm not gonna bother reading, but if it's like full pages of flavor text, then I'll take the time to read them, because some of that stuff is actually, number one, really cool, number two, really fucking gross. Alright. Actually, don't remember. Was there treasure down here? Nope, no treasure. Let's go back. We gotta pick up Adira too. Alright. Let's go see this madness. Well, let's do it.
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others. Annihilate them!
Actually, I would have liked if I could get Adira a little bit closer, but it's fine. And Abelard can take front and center.
Suits my purpose. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't do.
I keep forgetting to use regimental tactics at the start. Oh well, it is what it is.
I've suffered worse.
Not this scryer's job. They who discern the future on the battlefield. Anything else?
Wow, that did nothing. Wonderful. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll
I'm not so sure. On it.
give that actually to him. That might actually be useful on him. Just finished 3 earlier. I'm waiting to start 4. Oof.
A tactically sound approach. I took care of this one.
Already done.
Wow, how did you miss that?
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Alright, this is where things get interesting. Alright, the creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skins stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheek. The creature's eyes are shut. The 2 ordinary eyes, as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Spider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Well, we're gonna address Adira. What is wrong with him?
Wounded. Exhausted. Fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. The voice is coming from the box grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Suddenly the navigator's body starts thrashing in place, lurches forward and falls back onto the seat, and thrusts forward again as its bone cracks and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be far stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming 2 hideous screaming mouth-like pits.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Adira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking, cackling. But then his foot stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is a purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Alright, let's talk to Abelar. Navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
despite us. Good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is billowing out static, interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Yeah, that man does not have a long time left before he's gonna fully just either die or be taken over. So that's a bit of a problem to be dealing with. And as for the little things with the little magnifying glasses, I'm not going to click on every single one of them. I'm just going to click on ones that are, like, it's stuff that looks interesting and is not just environmental.
As good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these.
Shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. Weapon grips in her hand, and for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees. Starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Say hello to the Sister of Battle that Bakasura likes. Sister Argenta.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Also, for people who wonder what everyone looks like in full portrait, there's Sister Argenta's full portrait. Enjoy. Look at her, the portrait of a wife. The Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. Ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the arch-enemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you.
Busy.
Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I'm no traitor, sister, you can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adepta Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship? The orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
We must get to the main hold of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Alright, first off, let's go snag some goodies because there's a few things lying around that we can pick up. We might need.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Yeah, that's actually better for me, I think. Yeah, it actually is. There we go. She's already carrying one. She doesn't have the ability. Hughes only has one charge left, so we can give that to him, and he's got 3 charges of Medicaid. Let's go. Alright. Time to quick save. And go do the other things. I'm sorry, I just downed my tea because it was getting cold. Alright, let's go.
More enemies to face judgment. We are truly blessed this day.
The Whispers told me a secret.
Okay. I love her fucking gun. It is so much damage.
I bring ruin.
Oh damn, I didn't know you could just recharge a certificate.
My prescience has failed me.
Nothing I can't do.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I actually should have used my ability, but I didn't. I am an absolute fucking dum-dum, but it's fine.
What?
You don't worry about it.
Such is the will of chaos.
I keep forgetting to use the regimental tactics because I'm not used to playing this class, but it's fine. We'll eventually remember.
Indeed. Reduced to dust.
Same with him. We'll eventually remember.
Crush the feeble.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Gotta be kidding me. Oh well, it's fine. Shit happens.
Suits my purposes.
What? It hit the fucking chair leg. Gotta be shitting me, man. You fucking gotta be kidding me. It hit the chair leg.
Farewell.
What the fuck? That's awful. I have been foiled by furniture. God fucking damn it, man.
Will do.
Ah. You know what? Sure, why not? Let's put that on him. Fucking furniture, man.
I serve the ruinous powers. Chaos guides me.
Oh.
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
Shit. Oh, I can't. It's too many action points. Well, it's fine. We can move him up. Oh, I forgot this game works on the principle move first, then action. Oh, well, it's fine.
Suffered worse.
I'm so used to other games having movement, action, movement. Ah, well. Not like we're gonna die. We'll be fine.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Why are you... Oh, well, that was not what I wanted to do, but it's fine.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Again, the furniture fucking foiled me. Gotta be kidding me. Swear to God, if another chair leg stops me or the back of a chair, I'm calling it quits. Literally the guy that was 0% I hit, and the one that was 56% I don't hit. I give up on life. I'm done. It's over. I don't know what bullshittery I'm committing here, but it's fine. We do this. Warden can be stopped with furniture car or potential escape attempt. Fuck you! Fuck you! It's just like the gambling in chat. I know, right? Like, come on. Jesus Christ.
I will do my duty. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
It's the worst. Fuck your existence in particular, sir. I swear, I'm gonna stand right fucking here and I'm gonna shoot you in the nuts. I have given up on the concept of life. Jesus.
I know what is to come.
You know what? Just psychic scream his ass to death, please. At least you don't miss.
Be gone.
Ah.
Indeed.
Fucking hell.
Forge ahead. Not a problem for me.
Well, it hit the edge of the table, but at least went through. That's something.
Guides me.
What is this foreboding? Farewell.
Oi, oi, oi.
Tried and tested tactics are the best.
Too bad we don't have the option to kill the furniture first. At this point, I would love if there was a kill the furniture first option, but nope, I don't think there is.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I'll do it.
Oh, there goes another chair. It's fine. We're never gonna use the furniture, right? Spoiler: we get the ship and we keep the furniture. Unfortunately,
has been lost.
Fucking furniture, man. Furniture is the bane of my existence at this stage. I think there should be more. Oh yeah, up here.
Victory awaits.
Alright, let's go open the door.
Done.
And get some goodies. Tech use gloves is interesting, but I don't think I really need that at this point. Because I already have like high tech use.
Rise to the occasion. Excellence matters. Done.
Oh.
I did fine.
Oh, shotgun. Fuck yeah. Hold on. You can go into the same. What? I forgot it does that. This is what happens when you don't play the game for a few days. Your brain just forgets things. Alright, well.
None shall stand in my way.
Now we have a close quarters gun and... No, that's a feeling. Oh, yeah. How's the tournament going?
The Emperor favors me today.
I'm seriously... Can't be that bad. Revel and Slaughter. Okay, I think this is just gonna be... I can't change these, so it's just gonna give them abilities. Yep, so I'll just take those.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
I'm sure it'll be fine, Derek. The roar of flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes your cough and gasp rare. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You're surrounded by the ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. Then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valencius.
Are you lost, my heir?
Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
This is impossible.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
First off, walk through the fire? Fuck no. I'm not gonna barbecue myself. Accept the offer of help? I'm pretty sure that is not gonna be a good thing for me. Number 3, it's a little bit goody two-shoes for my character, but well, not exactly. There are some commanders I've seen in the Astra Militarum that actually kind of cares about their people, so we're gonna be an Iconoclast. I will not leave my people in harm's way. You look away and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger and hopeful once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forgot about Theodora. When you turn your head, you see nothing but the billowing fire.
It's about time.
Where did she go? Thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could walk.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
I rise to the occasion.
Hell yeah. Please. Ooh, helmet. Yeah, you know what? I'll take the helmet. Sure, now I look like I've got a little condom on my head. Why not?
A new challenge for me. Done.
Too late! We are too late! Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak, without us.
My lady, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
Oh yeah.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
Victory awaits.
Lot of bullshit. Much bullshito. Alright.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment. Over there!
None shall stand in my way.
Well, let's see what awaits us. Yeah, one thing is her chambers are big. Like, huge. There's even a fountain in here. Look at this shit. That's not why we're here. That's what he said. In the grim darkness of the 34th millennium, everything is huge. Yeah, fair. Very fair. Bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. Not sure what that is. Murder scene looks like something I can't read. It's already gone. That's something I wish would, like, give me the option to click off something so that I have time to read it. But that's just me. Theodora von Valencius's body is sprawled on the large blood-drenched desk. The Archmilitant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I doubt it. Voidsphere wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Again, her voice acting is fucking fantastic for this character. Alright, let's check out Mort's body. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Let's check out Theodora's body. I have Battlefleet Gothica, I think. I have 1 and 2. I just don't have any of the expansions. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise. The last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Let's inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls and slowly stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. I like the Battlefield games that remind me of the Treasure Planet games. I've never played those. Yeah, I've unfortunately never played those. Imperium lore test, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valencia, signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Let's inspect the shards. It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer inspection, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium fuel. Adira, what did these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Right, we had best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
That's one thing, she is very much battle happy.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Alright. Grab all the goodies. Because there be goodies. It's a 10 bonus to commerce and lore. Fellowship. Yeah, sure, why not? Just for the hell of it. Yeah. I'll pass it off to someone else once I find something that I can like. Tech use, I kind of want to keep that for someone else. But yeah, I'll pass items around once I'm at that point where I have more items. Then I'll start swapping them too. I think it'll benefit the most. I think almost, yep, he can wear it. He can actually use that. Of course she is. Enemies of Big E aren't going to wait around to be exterminated. Yeah, pretty much.
Suffer not the heretic to live.
Come to chaos.
Alright, Abelard, you're up first. I'm gonna put myself over there. Zero, we're gonna drop back there. You, we're gonna drop over here. Be nice if I could murder that, but I probably can't.
I'm not interested.
It's
At
fine.
your back and reduced to dust.
Suits my purposes.
Again, I'm pressing wrong buttons, but it is fine.
All too easy. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Was that you? Or... on it?
Start getting rid of him because the other guys are pretty much easy for Abelard to take care of.
It cleanses the body.
Oof.
Just a minor setback.
Just 0 damage.
My ears are ringing.
Well, at least they got rid of one of their own people for my sake.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Suits my purpose. There's nowhere to hide.
Doubt is for the weak.
Anything else?
Yeah, that's out of my way. Hey, they actually hit him once.
One fewer tongue. Indeed.
I'll pass. Not a problem for me.
Guided by faith.
Oh my goodness. Never mind. Your arm could use a little work, sister.
Be gone.
Death to the weak. Brace yourself, Abelard. I will do my duty. I took care of this one.
Hey, what's this? We're against 5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Okay. Might actually be good for him. That's actually kind of nice. I think I might actually go for this. Not bad. That's actually nice. Almost kind of want to go for thick skin because he's going to be in front the whole time. So anything that kind of makes him a little bit harder to kill might be nice. Reduces it. Oh, that's nice. I'm going to go for that. Yeah, I chose exploit for this, so... I'm going to take that. All right. Let's
I'll
get
lay
going.
claim to the stars.
That wasn't so difficult.
The perfect vision of is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge. Right. That actually looks interesting. Alright, let's go.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue trader.
Theodora von Valencius is dead. I found her and the Archmilitant in her study.
God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
The ship can be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
You can see Kunrad Voidberg clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Idlethrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Idlethrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. Well, radio weapons. We are to die this day. Let us die with honor.
No. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No. It will not be like this. Not today. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell. Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
I'll see you terminated!
Well, this is gonna be interesting, because he is a bit of a tough bitch, unfortunately. Still gonna have to put Abelard quite a bit to the front though, because he can take punishment, the others really, really can't. It's fine, we do this.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes.
Oh, crap.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Thought I'd protect her over there, but oh well. It's fine.
Will do. Anything else?
High momentum.
I gotta watch out that I don't do that again, because that is gonna be potentially very horrible for me.
Chaos guides me.
Weapon at the ready. Stay vigilant.
Okay, those guys, I'm gonna leave those cares on the little lower floor for these dudes to deal with. I'm gonna focus on the Chaos Form because that is gonna be a motherfucker to deal with.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Oh god, your name is so blue. Hey, Gorb. I chose Iconoclast. Because at that moment it made sense, because my character's path is Astra Militarum.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
So no heretic this time around.
At your beck and call.
How are you doing, though? I hope you're doing good.
I must not falter.
Well, at least they're taking care of these guys. That makes my life slightly easier.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline. Already done. Watch and learn. Not a problem for me.
Oh, no, it's not the time to be missing shots. Please don't keep missing shots.
Suits my purposes.
Stop mocking me.
Yeah, you're a little too dangerous to spots I don't need you to be right now. You're no longer under Weaken's effect, so let's put that back on you.
Was that you? Or...
Out of my way!
Follow my lead.
Well, they're helping.
Endure.
Somewhat. Oh, this is not gonna be good, but so long as he's busy with Abelar, I can move her back. Because I really don't want to hit Abelar with these shots.
Faith without deeds is worthless. But you, my emperor.
It will be done.
Not a lot of damage, but it's fine. Oof.
I've suffered worse.
I might actually have to use a Medicaid kit on him.
Too easy.
Can't do a whole lot with her. Shit, I might actually need to reload. Fuck. I'll shoot off this round and reload on the next.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. Oh, my ears are ringing.
Nothing I can't do.
Well, we're gonna have to fucking make a choice somewhere along the line here.
Rejoice in battle! Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
The healing is much appreciated.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I will do my duty. Indeed. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Suits my purpose.
My prescience has failed me. Will do.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, sir, for shooting my own dude. I appreciate it.
I've suffered worse. It will be done. At your beck and call.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Already done.
On it.
The whispers must be appeased. Anything else?
I will endure. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
I'll do it.
Oh my goodness. Why? Why you do this to me?
Someone else can do this. Time to redouble our efforts.
Darkness consumes me.
Nothing I can't do. Stand a chance.
Motherfucker, that was a pain in the ass. Well, there's still a little bitch over there left.
Just a minor thing. A tactically sound approach. Indeed.
I will take all of you with me.
Too close. She'll survive. I'm only playing on normal. Fucking hell. She's alive. She lives. See? She's not kaput. Not entirely, but hey. Levies and things, so that's something. Alright, let's go. What's this? Gloves of Endurance. You know what? I might actually give that to you. Or you. Because you're on the front lines. So that might actually make a lot of sense. Might actually be good for him too. Right. No, this is my second, but I'm playing a bit different from how I did before because my previous playthrough was just me when I just got the game. That's a little bit different for me. Like, I played a crime lord before. I didn't choose soldier, I chosen something else. So now I'm Astra Militarum and I'm playing soldier. That'd actually be useful. You know what? I'm gonna take that one. She might actually benefit from this. There we go.
Follow my lead.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to make it. He was mutating right in front of us. You just ended his suffering sooner.
Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
Well, I played the same Crime Lord at first and Astra Militarum for second. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, and because of Crazy Dave, he was extremely generous and gifted me the DLC. So this playthrough is going to be different for me than the first one because I didn't have it before. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is the only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor. The air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
The crazy day from Plants vs. Zombies? One and the same. I'm ready. Begin the ritual. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerer's currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, pours into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. I'm saving my people. Do your worst, but you cannot stop me.
Lead them, mortal. Guide them. Persuade them. Force them to walk your path. You will need followers, for destiny is preordained.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Alright, I'll read this though because this is interesting. Your head begins to spin in viscous liquid, drops slither down your cheeks. You blink. You are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the tread of Whitber, just as fluid and ephemeral as previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. Flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling image, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the royal seneschal of the dynasty. Shit be getting freaky.
The navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lady. It is because of her toils that we all still live. The deed is done, mistress. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of her resolve, saved those who were counting on her for protection.
That's the prologue. Took us 3 hours, 15 minutes to get there. Well, 3 hours. I'm not counting how long it took me to make a character. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your ladyship. You cannot help but notice that the seneschal doesn't know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though something else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. Now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How do we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers, Abelard grimaces. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from Akaros' ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your ladyship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge. And they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. It's always funny how it's this massive, like, superiority thing going on. But hey, that's Warhammer. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voidver? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it'll be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. Alright. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and weariness. Attention, officers! You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain von Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. And then slaughters him. Oh, wow, fishy. Oh, goodness gracious. Wow. You know, Fishy strikes me as the type of leader who's like, you know what? I'm gonna murder everyone. I'm just gonna murder everyone. Oh, goodness. I think I might need more tea. Tea be soothing to the voice after all. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna be right back before we get to this part. And everyone get up, stretch, get a drink, get a snack. I'm gonna get myself some tea. Because why not? Of course, gotta spice things up every once in a while. Wow. Yeah, that's what Abelard looks like. There you go. I kind of like it that you can just, like, click on everyone. Like, there's a little portrait button, and you can just see what their portraits look like. I had the dumbest thing ever. Thank you, Ogre. Thank you, Bitley. So, I thank you, Fishy. I went to the kitchen, put the tea bag in, did everything. Went to the bathroom, came back to the kitchen. Oh, the water's not boiled. Guess you forgot to turn on the fucking kettle. Yup. I'm a doofus. Fuck my life. Alright. That was just awful. I did it a lot more than I'd like to admit. Good to know I'm not the only one. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, fuck. Alright. Let's do this meeting, shall we? Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard? As you wish, your ladyship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suriota of the Toloman line, our new Voxmaster. It is an honor to serve you, your ladyship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Oh, I still have so much flame. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. What, Fishy? What did I do? I didn't do nothing. What's up? Ah. That portrait does not look like... Well, it technically is. She's just gotten rid of everything and replaced it with mechanical bits. No horny for you. You want me to make it even worse for you? There. She literally replaced one of her arms with a pen. Also, no BBs for you. Oh, Poor fishy. Poor fishy. Okay. Beside her is Ravor, the master helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us, to ensure that we do not stray into an Astra field or a pirate ship. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a solid nod. Hey, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. Jesus, the phlegm. Hello? And lastly, our high factotum Janus Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your ladyship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. There's Mr. He's a bit of a portraitous man. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged, which are overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of our Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew works to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drive Master, servant of the Omnisire. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of the tech priest mechadendrites. There we go. Hey, how's for the Emperor? Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He's in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valencia's protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kunrad Voidfur's treachery. I'll deliver a report to your ladyship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at the briefing. Master-at-Arms and Confessor Adalbert. The eminent Adalbert must see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel. Wait, did you make... Yes, I did, Hasso. I did. This time I'm playing a Astra Militarum. And Mr. Sarbek, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master-at-Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Voidfur. All other present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. Alcat games with the prologue is longer than any other space game. I know, right? Well, technically we're in the first chapter now. So it's not completely prologue anymore, at least. Like, it took me 3 hours to get through it. So that's something. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. Chapter 1 is... Okay, fair. Chapter 1 is prologue. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice, pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what do you have to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your ladyship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rickon Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winter-Scale Rogue Troder dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, rumbles Ablar, frowning. Drive Master, I'll hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox translator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engine Seer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Omnissiah, the great machine god. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals to that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Would someone care to translate the esteemed Drive Master's words? The ship's most senior tech priest, most senior both in rank and in experience, is dead. If we do not find a replacement, we will be unable to resolve the problems of the warp engine. Answers the Vox Master instantly without even thinking. This is not the first time she has acted in as an interpreter between the ship's various inhabitants. Nice. Great chill we can help you guys. You know, it's been going well. Like, just been resting. Okay, I mostly dealt with my headache today. An eye strain, but it's fine. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less. But without our Engine Seer Prime, a navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. We tried to set so much as a toe inside the warp. I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your ladyship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. A sharp jolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'd soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. And slightly less shitty news. We can go around and around the system till our heads are swimming, as long as Prometheum and supplies last. And if any thick-as rock shit lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. I played as a psyker. Becoming God is always great. Make them suffer and get my lightning. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. Just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins. Every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to avoid knows where. Oof. Silence! I am not gonna scream because there are people screaming. There are people sleeping. The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelar's roar. Enforcers seize the mutineer. Oof. I mean, you can't blame the guy for being scared because of just what fucking happened. Like, holy shit. Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all. Your ladyship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides, find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. You know what? We're gonna stick with the Iconoclast thing because, well, the ship just went through hell itself, essentially. I'm not gonna blame him for feeling the way that he does. Stand down, release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we have suffered. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough, the hysterics are over. Let us resume. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. I think they should be screaming silencio instead of silence. I know, right? To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new engine seer, prime, and navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I see. To the Voxmaster on this point, Mr. Stollivan. We are in the Rickett star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your ladyship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies on the system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rickett Manoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers lead you as one. Well, fucky wucky and a billion shuckies. That is not gonna be a good one. Alright. Your ladyship, there is one thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. Resigned XC. You're referring to the contents of that note, I presume. You're quite right, XC. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich von Kalox. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Furry system. Whee! Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rickett Manoris, may know something. That's all of it, your ladyship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valencia's protectorate. There goes the HP beams. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. Well, thank you, Garba. Well, Gorba, sorry about that. That blue color on my black OBS is like meshing so well. I'm a glorified reader at this point. But hey, as long as you guys enjoy it, that's all that matters. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, Rogue Trader. Idira's glazed eyes rover over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. I am not going to attempt her accent because I can for the life of me not do that fucking one. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it. Idira presses her fingers into her temples in desperation. Your ladyship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Loss? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you'd benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. There is nothing of value to report. I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Well, fucky wucky and a lot of shitty things. First off, I think what I'm gonna do is have a chat with everyone. And we're gonna see which planet we're gonna hit. Heinrich. Alright, how about we start from a point? Let's start over here and work our way around. The Infernus Master nonchalantly lights an EO stick from a thermal cutter and spreads his arms in a welcoming gesture. Heinrich Montag, at your service. He smells of cinders and EO. Low. Okay, low. Common form of recreation stimulant that consists of rolled up paper stuffed with a plant-derived substance. And let the substance emit smoke that is nailed through the tube. His face is sooty and his belt is laden with a number of heavy tools. You'd have taken him for a laborer if it weren't for the greasy and ragged officer's uniform. How did you come to be in the service of the Von Valencia's dynasty? Not in the usual way. My ancestors wronged yours and were appointed infirni as a result. Hard labor daily risks plenty of opportunities to atone. Those criminals have been dead for generations. But we are still serving their time. Maybe we'll find redemption one day. I hear that you two have had to deal with injustice and bad-mouthing in your time. I hope people will stop judging you for your past mistakes in less than a couple of centuries. Heinrich gives you a sympathetic smile. Tell me more about the Infernus Guild. What interests you the most? Our duty, our state-of-the-art equipment, or our vibrant traditions? How was the guild organized? The Infernus service is split into different brigades according to duties. The heart of the guild are, of course, our liquidators. Tough guys with nerves of steel who put out fires and pull people from the flames. Others are repairmen, dealing with problems like jammed doors, fuel leaks, or broken vents. And then there's the walking inspectors, who check the decks to make sure that nothing is blocking any passages or access to communication lines. State-of-the-art equipment? Sounds interesting. The Infernus Master smiles guiltily. That was a bit of a stretch, I'm sorry. There is no state-of-the-art equipment. The risks of ruining it in a fire are too great. We get by using human resources and the most common items available. Respirators, fire extinguishers, and flame-retardant uniforms. Let's face it, the lives of the Inferni are not worth much. It's more important that we save the machines and minimize damage to their ship. What traditions? We have plenty of those, like the reminders. Heinrich rolls up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo inscribed over an old burn mark. When you survive a particularly hopeless accident, you get a tattoo on your scar. You can always tell an experienced Infernus by their ink. It's like a badge of honor of sorts. Tell me I got your reminders. He points to a tattoo on his right forearm. This one is from the time plasma leaked through the outer aft circuit. Imagine yourself clinging to the hull outside, thermal cutter in one hand and a magnetic clamp in other. Azure flames burst from the breach, the kind that can incinerate you in a second. All that separates you from death is a flimsy rope and a void suit more ancient than Holy Terror. Yet the price I paid for nothing compared to my comrades. He slowly moves the augmented fingers of his right hand. There's this picture. The eggs keep exploding. What? Eggs? Huh? Do I even want to know? As for this one, the look he directs at his left hand is full of bitterness. I got this one in the ammo depot where my wife, Elsinora, died. There was a fire, and the flames were getting close to the ammunition. And I don't mean autogun rounds. Those were macro cannon shells. We put out the fire as best we could, but we were losing. Suddenly, Elsie took my hand, kissed me, and then ran straight into the blaze and activated the emergency blast door. We stayed outside while she vented the compartments. Heinrich gives a tender smile, gazing at the smoke. It was quite a story. That is so sad, though. Holy shit. I'm sorry for your loss, Heinrich. He nods gratefully and takes another puff. I've learned all I need. What shall we talk about? This is enough for now, Heinrich. Never let your fire go out, Lord Captain. I mean, no, Heinrich hurriedly waves his hand. That's just a stupid little gilding joke. Seriously, if you see an Infernus next to a naked flame, run. We're trying to die eggs research, but the third one already exploded. Oh no. Alright, Argenta's next.
Rogue trader.
Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you have a personal request for me? You know what? Let's do her request and then we'll go through her questions.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
You know what? We're gonna stick with being nice. They're kids, they just lost their parents. I'll meet with them, no formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valancia's dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. I like the sister. Yeah, she's very... almost want to say protective of children. Soon you'll meet your interesting bloodthirsty companion. Oh no. She's a crazy fanatic, sure, but kind to the loyal. Yeah. Just replying quick to something. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Jesus, that word. There are always words that I don't use often or see very often, so my brain just always stumbles over them. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Scala Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is seen standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides us through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue traitor of House von Valencias. You notice Infernus Master Heinrich Montic standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Infernus Master, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? Not at all, your ladyship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all, so we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. You know, we're gonna stick to the fact that they're just kids. Smile at the group. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. The teenagers keep staring at you. The girl, who has remained close to Argenta, smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died and there are dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. Oh, my nose. Sorry about that. The sniffles. So many sniffles. You know what? If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. Doesn't matter what we say. Won't bring our parents back. We won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks. Or worse. Hey, you know what? Let's take the first option. I understand your grief and dismay, but your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You are the rogue traitor? Words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with von Valencias emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Just a random throwing animation. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. She has a weird little soft side to her that for most people would maybe seem out of place. I mean, let's face it, everyone in the Warhammer universe are just varying degrees of insane. Or fanatical. Depending how you want to look at it. Okay, I think I'm gonna speak to all the companions, so this might actually take an hour. And then I'm going to, if Beru is still alive, I'm going to drop you guys off with Beru, because I think it's Beru's birthday. So it'll be nice to go say happy birthday to her. So let's do the companions. And then...
Greetings.
Yeah, okay. Tyr, can you keep an eye on that for me? And let me know when she stops. Because I'm gonna drop people off with her if she's still gonna be alive for her birthday. Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness. But do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her. For nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
The fact that they're basically just wearing strategic coverings, literally just cloth, and given a gun and told, go murder for your repentance, is kind of mildly terrifying because they have no survival sense. Like none whatsoever. They want their repentance.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand. Those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
You see, I'm thinking of the ones in Soulstorm, because I never looked that much into the Adeptus Sororitas until I started playing Soulstorm. And there, they weren't even given guns, they were just strapped into mechs. But still, that is terrifying. Like, no sense of preservation, anything, you just want your repentance? Holy fuck. What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
Okay, no worries. Just keep me updated, Tyrek. Because if she goes offline before I'm finished here, then I'll just go raid someone else.
And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Yeah, I should actually go back and play Soulstorm. Only problem I have with Soulstorm is, for some reason, the Steam one, I don't know if there's a fix somewhere. I hope there is. But on Steam, you get to a certain point. I don't know if it's for all the campaigns, because I just literally started the Adeptus. And I think it was the 3rd or 4th mission. As soon as you finish it, the game crashes. Like, it just completely dies. And I've not been able to find a fix to get that fixed up. Like, I want to play more and see where things go, but yeah. So I've mostly been playing the Dark Crusade expansion and playing as Necrons. The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
The only problem with the other ones that I have, Martyr, it doesn't really go much into the lore of each faction. You just kind of embody a character. That kind of sucks.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belonged to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Roritas in the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from
No worries,
Footfall
Derek.
to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, And when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday.
You know what's weird? I know it's not the same voice actress at all, but her voice kind of reminds me of the voice actress for Arabeth from Neverwinter Nights. I don't know why. Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
Oh no, Bakasura. Oh. You know what, sure, let's stick to the nice guy routine we got going here. We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the Von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship.
Also, I just noticed, sorry for not noticing, but thank you for the follow, Gorba. Welcome to the Penitentiary of Lude, or if you just want to give it a normal name, welcome to Warning Jail. Because yes, we do make a lot of dirty jokes at times. There is a lot of filthy humor, but all of us are perverts with good hearts.
But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
I think I know that the Space Marines are essentially neutered. Whereas the Sisters of Battle is a completely different situation. I don't think they are nuked in that sense, but for a lot of people, their fanaticism might be a little off-putting. Well, you know what? I take that back. For some people, it might be a bit of a no-no, but for a lot of other people, it's like, yes, please, give me that fanatic. You know what? Let's stick with being nice. You know what? I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that the ship becomes your home.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
Thank you for this conversation. Until next time. Oh. The tall man up before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle, blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain? Master Helmsman Raver at your service. You're a Voidborn, are you not? That I am, born into a Helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15, then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower hold scum. They spared the young'uns, of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me. So I escaped into the crawlways, and then I spent months picking them off one after the other. Raver stops abruptly. Got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm a Voidborn. Finish your story, Raver. Raver stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward to the middle decks. That's where the Ogre operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. Tell me about the Voidborn. Raver winces and rubs his temple. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd be better finding someone with a knack for conversation like Ptolemy than you and Boxmaster. I ain't the talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. Well, what can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one. Take Janus Danrock, the highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his scheme so they can take the fall for him too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him, got caught by the Seneschal and ended up in the Void Hatch. Danrock couldn't care less. The Voxmaster, another Ptolemy like the last one, Void rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post. Said the Vox systems were damaged and the Engineerium had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the COGS reports with the power of my mind? First officer was Syrian. I can't stand him. Like every Navy officer I ever met, he does nothing about controlling a vessel in the void. But he puffs himself up all the same, and he throws his weight around. Me and him had to have words a few times before he left me alone. Thank the Emperor, Lady Theodora trusted me more than the Seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. Then there's that woman, what's her name? Klaus. Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out it was that witch that delivered her to an early grave. Just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Solomon, you know, or at least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Trevor looks perplexed. What kind of question is that? I like you and Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks at the rogue trader? Ha! I don't want to die just yet. You know what? I'll take my leave. Lord Captain, Trevor acknowledges you with a nod and turns away. Alright, that is him. So next is Vigdis. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There is a thick bundle of cables coming out from the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. And you see the grate of quietly humming box where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? You know what? Sure. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Boxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. What are the Voxmaster's duty? Not for all the exploding pigs, we'd probably be done by now. I'm the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. Receive, send, decrypt, and encode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels. And we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. Do you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring? What your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches? What their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions? Just come and see me. I'll satisfy your curiosity. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this point. Your appearance is unique. You are a Voidborn, are you not? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spend their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Interesting. Where does the word Voidborn come from? It goes we are the children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity voyages through the warp and countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn and my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to the mending of the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Tolman dynasty has produced the ship's Voxmasters. Most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I'm the Voxmaster, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section of its domain, and I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. Victus hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larder with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Adira at last not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Oh, looks like you were close friends with Adira. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corners of Victus's eyes, the only hint that the Voxmaster is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage, but you see, many consider Adira to be different. I'm different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing regicide over a glass of Emisik. A human tabletop game played across the Imperium of Man, similar to the ancient Terran game of chess. Except Adira changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Adira considers me a friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her, in my own way. Aww. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotion based on half of face and a Vox modulated voice is no easy task. But you managed to catch the undercurrent in Victus's words. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by her rift with Adira, she's devastated by it. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Victus twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. See, let us return to business. As you wish, Lord Captain. That'll be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Alright. Next is... You know what? Let's go talk to Avalar. He's next on the list.
Lord Captain?
Avalar surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he's inspecting you for shortcomings. Then he offers a courteous nod. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Coronis Expand for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Coronis Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbalaka Mission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers. What can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think you'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
Damn, tell us how you feel, Abelard.
If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
And that is all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my Seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's Seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue trader's personal council. It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
Okay, these two don't really do much with him, though it's funny to hear his reaction to this one. And asking if he's got a family, you know what, I'm gonna hold that for a little bit later. Thank you, I have no more questions.
Of course.
I must take my leave until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Also, we have 3 more people to talk to. So we got quite a bit of time on our hands. Oh. Oh, that's what her thing looks like, her portrait. I forgot about her. Jocasta Sarbek is the very picture of discipline. Her uniform is exquisitely pressed, her armor is polished, and her posture is imposing and rigid. The only flaw in her immaculate appearance is the heavy enforcer's mole, which is worn and battered from frequent use. She salutes you with a practiced motion. Greetings, Lord Captain. How did you come to serve on my flagship? I come from the noble Sarbek family of the capital ward of Dargonis. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law. The members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I am honored to be the 6th Master-at-Arms named Sarbek to serve this ship. Jocasta speaks the word with unmistakable pride. Why are you here instead of basking in luxury on Dargonis? Because my cousin Macarius, a furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him. God damn it! Hey, Tentacle, hey, mistress. How are you two doing? Hey, Willow. Today is literally me reading. That's what this is today. You're actually catching me on the back half where once I'm done with conversations with this person and 2 more people, I'm gonna pass on and write out to someone. Oh no, Bakasura. But yeah, welcome everyone. I'm Warden Artemis. I run the Penitentiary of Loot, which is also called Horny Jail. I pretty much play anything and everything as long as it gets my attention. At this point, I'm playing Rogue Trader because my SSD crapped out. So playing Cyberpunk and Monster Hunter Wilds on a normal mechanical hard drive is shit. At least games like this on a mechanical hard drive, it's fine, it's like whatever, it's still playable. But yeah, so this is gonna be my life for the time being until I can save up and just outright buy a 4 TB SSD and replace the mechanical hard drive and the fucked up SSD that's in my tower. Hey, Spartacus! So yeah, like I said, this has been me reading the whole night so far for the last 4 hours 41 minutes. But I hope you enjoy me just reading and voicing terribly posh accent. And Tentacle Mistress, please go rest, or snack time, or stretchies, whatever you guys want to do. Actually, all of you guys that joined from both of them. You need to go stretch, get a snack, get a drink. Go do that. For now, I'm going to continue this conversation, which is not voiced because it's not one of the main characters, so yay! Right. I cannot stand him. The feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me toward the best decision of my life. I serve you with all my heart and wish no other fate than this one. You are wearing Imperial Navy armor. How did you come by it? I inherited it from the previous Master-at-Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition. Upon the death or resignation of an enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. What is your opinion of me as Lord Captain? I would not dare form opinions about your ladyship. That would be unforgivably brazen of me. My duty is to serve, not evaluate. I want to know what you think about the other officers. I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Tolman has too much power, and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf and what to withhold. Ravor is closely intertwined with ship systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Danrock, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. What can you tell me about Abelar? Oh, never mind. Apparently I chose a different one. Hold on. There we go. The Seneschal is a model of competence and fidelity, and all the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. Ooh, Repo. A grimace of fierce devotion takes hold of Sarberg's face, before she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. It is all the more distressing to see that the years have not been kind to the deeply respected master of Assyrian. Soon there will be no rejuvenant treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such advanced age. But we are ever watchful, and we will be there to steady the trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. Hold on. Okay, so that's basically all. Alright, now we go talk to Danrock. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. The server's skull whirs over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding, and he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your ladyship. Janice Danrock, at your service. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the High Factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all the shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valentius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. How did you come to serve the von Valentius dynasty? I come from Dargonis, your ladyship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. Smart man. Janice lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping. The greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your ladyship. You ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the most fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader. She surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates? A wise move. Tell me what interests you and I'll endeavor to be as honest as possible. Janus's eyes light up. He is obviously eager to speak his mind. Tell me what you think of Seneschal Abelard Rosarian. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Rosarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know. Lord Captain, your Seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away. And that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say, or, alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. I'd like to hear your opinion of Conrad Voigtver, the former Master of Whispers. I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean their latrines after all. The factotum's bloated face grows stern. You gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtver's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out Conrad lacked the most important quality of Master of Whispers. Quality for a Master of Whispers. Unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. Well, what do you have to say about Voxmaster Victus Ptolemy? Ah yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Jeez. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all, but I digress. In the brief time Ptolemy has spent at the post as Voxmaster, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. I wish to discuss something else. Wish to know more about the people who are by our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. What interests you exactly? We most often deal with the fellow followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Casbellica mission. Jesus. Remember, forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. What do the followers of St. Drusus acquire from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis Expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign the rogue trader herself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians, and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Tell me more about the Explorators. The members of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet, which has been roaming the Coronis Expanse for a good while now. Omnissiah knows what they're hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly, they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall. I am interested in the Casbalica mission. Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixa sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladimir Tokara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Football. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue traders Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladame, look for him at the Liege's palace on Footfall. What is this Fellowship of the Void? Janus emits a laugh like gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they're a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amasekis on Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. I'm not gonna bother with that question. And then it's just all kinds of, like, retraining stats, getting new characters. But for now, we're done with questions with him. Last one, and thank fuck it's gonna be a voiced one, because my voice is already trashed. My throat is already like, please, let the suffering end. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idira turns her head toward you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look straight through you. Sure, you know what? Why not? Let's start from the top. Idira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're a Psyker. Psykers only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship, and my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finished your story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve.
Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly, then as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate her head exploding and laughs. How did you end up in the Rogue Trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
A whole set of 5 eggs with no detonations. Hell yeah. Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
You know what? Let's see. I feel like that's just a stupid question. It's like asking a blind person what's it like to be blind. Did you know Theodora von Valancius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Things are strained between you and Argenza, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Woo. I must take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Alright. That is it for tonight. I told you it would take a while before we would finish with all of the conversations. And at least some of them were voiced. Alright, let me go check who's live. Tyrek, is Bitter still gonna be on for a bit? Okay, I see that they're still in a fight, so... Cool. Okay, I'm gonna raid into Beru then. Alright. It is Beru's 3-year anniversary. Okay. Alright, it's their 3-year anniversary. I don't even remember the date I started streaming officially on Twitch, so I don't usually do them. It's fine. I'm just gonna drop people off. She can tag along everyone. I will be back on Wednesday, and I'm gonna be playing more of this. So expect more Rogue Trader and me reading. Yay. But yes. Please do take care of yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful Easter weekend, and I hope you enjoy yourselves as well. Please stay safe if you are going anywhere. Thank you guys for being here again. People forget, it's not the streamer that makes the stream. It's you guys, the viewers. We're nothing without you. But yeah, enjoy yourselves, and I hope you have fun watching Better Play, Guilty Gear Strive, and everyone that's taking part in their little tournament. Go show some support. And I'll see you all on Wednesday, unless I see you on Sunday, for community night. Take care of yourselves, and thank you.